Hello there. Camera is a bit low. There's the kitty. I'm deciding to start transitioning from the starting soon screen to just a kitty cam and then to the normal thing. Because, I don't know, a lot of streamers have kind of a transition where they at least like turn on the microphone in the starting soon screen or something like that. And it gives it a bit of a smoother transition. Like, instead of having my face and my voice right here like right in the moment, all of a sudden you just have my voice at first and then you will get my face. Not that it's really important, but yeah. But you have kitty. Hoko is, yeah, Hoko is getting more antsy again. Well, she's gone. Hey. Don't know where she's going. Where are you going? We'll see later. Oh yeah. How's it going? How are you all doing? So, well, you have just noticed that the starting soon screen looks very different. I have been working on it and made a whole new thing. Also together with the be right back screen is also new. It's basically the same, but just with slightly different colors. Because, yeah. And yeah, you have a slideshow now with my art and some other stuff. Yeah, it's neat. Hey Lucid, how you doing? Glad to see you here, as always. I don't know if you have seen the new starting soon screen or not. I've been talking about it last time that I've been thinking about some kind of slideshow, and well, I did it now, and it has been renewed, a new, more up-to-date starting screen. Just came from the Language Exchange Cafe. Oh, nice. How did it go? How did it go? Oh, well. It was interesting, but I failed magnificently at talking myself. I mean, you're still learning. It's okay. I'm sure everybody understands. The important thing is that you come from the cafe and you've learned something new. How little it may be, if you have some sense of improvement, then it's worth it. I haven't seen the new screens yet. Well, I can switch over real quick. Yeah, looks like this. I mean, you get the idea. It's just going through that. I haven't been saying anything because on those screens I don't have my microphone. Because yeah, has to be muted, of course. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. So yeah, this is the first thing that I changed today, and I spent several hours today on doing the thing, because also Streamlabs OBS is kind of stupid with the way how they handle slideshows. You can only have a certain amount, like a maximum amount of total file size in your directory. And they said it's 250 megabytes, and the pictures that I had in there were way below that. But still, it just wasn't showing some pictures because I reached some kind of limit. And so I had to like go in and just resize every single picture so that they're getting as low as possible without them looking like complete trash. And now all of the pictures are shown properly. And so yeah. Oh well. I don't know why that is even a thing, but well. Just the slideshow, like what can be so difficult about it? It can be hundreds of pictures and it shouldn't be a huge deal. But well. What do I know? So, that was the first thing. The second thing is I went over the stream commands and did some cleaning up there. I removed a bunch of commands because they were redundant, they were outdated, and so yeah, removed a bunch and added a few new ones. One of them will be, yeah. All right, you can take a look, and one of them will will be a surprise for you. And yeah, that is also what I took care of. And then the last one is very short news. At the bottom of the screen you can see I have some bar with a donation goal, and it's just me trying out if it catches any sort of attention. But I've been having the idea of making a new animation with like a hip hop Yoshi as a donation alert, and I really like the idea. But it takes a lot of time to make animations, and I have to focus on other stuff. But if it gets a little bit of funding, then I could totally work on that. So that's a small, very small donation goal, just to see where it goes. You found it, Lucid. Of course. Wanna give a proper shout out to one of my friends here. So yeah. That's pretty much all that changed. So, bunch of new stuff. But all in all, it's the same old stream. So, lying on the floor again? She's outside. So, you can see the painting. I have shortly showed it off last stream. And as you can see, I'm still not done with it. Compared to last time when I showed it, not really that much has changed about it. Even though I invested a couple of extra hours into it, but it's just... I'm so terrible. It's just a problem with... I cannot really tell how long it's gonna take, depending on the kind of detail level I put into it. And so sometimes I just put way too much detail into it, and then I'm committed. And it's just like, okay, like I already spent so many hours in all of these little details, I might as well make the whole painting that detailed and not just scrap everything to lower the level of detail. And yeah, that's exactly what happened here. And kind of a good example would be if you kind of compare these opposite walls. This level of detail up here, the mouse is not really showing all too well, like maybe this one here, there, would have been sufficient for speed painting. That would have been already enough and I would be done at this point. But no, I have to make this level of detail because it just started like that and yeah. But it's a good practice for painting rock, like textures and stuff. And I did learn a bunch of new things, and so yeah, it's okay. And yeah, so what needs to be done is, as you can see, need to finish rendering these walls, add a bunch of plants here and there. And then sorry, I'm so coffee today. Well, I'm glad you like it, Lucid. It has been an interesting experiment for sure. And yeah, so after I'm done with the walls, I will see what I can do with the waterfalls. And the waterfalls maybe get a little bit more detail, and then there needs to be like a huge cloud of fog, you could say. Not fog, mist, maybe mist, like whoa. Don't move around. Here we go. I actually did drink something right before I start streaming, but I guess I need more. Oh, thank you, Lucid. And then we'll see what I'll do with this part here, which is fairly distant. And so it's just gonna be a bunch of forest landscape with some hills here and there. That's about it. And the river just curving around. So probably I will not finish this painting this stream. Gonna be realistic, probably it's not gonna happen. I am going to stream until about 8 o'clock, which is right where Plip is going to start streaming, and so that's once again the plan for today. Plip has one of her extra streams because next week she's not going to stream, and so yeah. Yeah, Plip spooks. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be very relaxing. And at the end of the stream, I'm definitely gonna need it. Some bit of relaxing, because I've been working several hours already today to get all of the stream layout changes done. And yeah, and then the stream itself will also be tiring. Fun but tiring. It's always that way. And yeah. So I'm thinking, are there any kind of news that happened the past few days? Not that much time has passed like, since the last time I streamed, so not much new has happened. I guess I registered myself for the vaccination finally. I just waited so long with it because there was not really a rush, because I'm going to be at the very bottom of the priority list anyways, so yeah. And in my age range, there are still only a few, like a very low percentage, actually vaccinated. And those that are my age and are vaccinated are probably mostly people who work in areas where you have a lot of contact with other people, and teachers and so on. Like, for example, my sister is vaccinated at this point, fully vaccinated, even though she's younger than me, but she's a kindergarten teacher. Well, kindergarten assistant, to be more precise. And yeah, that makes sense that she got her vaccinations already. And my mother also, I learned, has not the first vaccine yet, but the first appointment for a vaccination very soon, so that's also good. She's also a bit lower on the priority list, even though she's much older than me and my sister, just simply because she's in pension, like she has retired, and so therefore she doesn't work and doesn't have any contact with other people on a regular basis. But I'm glad to hear that she is also soon getting her first jabs. And for me, it probably is gonna take until the end of summer, maybe autumn even, till I get mine. But the vaccination rate is okay here in Austria. We're getting somewhere. I've checked it recently, and about 50% of the population, of the total population, has had their first vaccination, and about half as much are fully vaccinated. So that's alright. It's not as fast as some other countries, especially those that are the actual manufacturers, like the UK and the US and others. Oh well. Also, I really learned that painting rocks is, I mean, I already knew that it's not easy, but it can also be quite fun if you get kind of the hang of it and kind of get an understanding of how to do the shading and highlighting in order to make actual three-dimensional shapes. And I still have to figure out a bunch of stuff. Still not very good at it. But I'm noticing improvements just through this painting. And someday I would like to make a tutorial about rocks too, like in general about all sorts of different landscape elements. That's also part of the benefit of doing all of these speed paints, is that I get experience with a lot of different things, a lot of different elements that are part of what I'm painting, mostly landscapes. So I get a bit of practice for painting mountains and rocks and water surfaces and so on and so forth. And a bit semi-lurking. Alright. What you're working on right now? If you do not mind sharing this, of course. Behind the scenes stream stuff. Ooh. Sounds exciting. Might there be something to look forward to? Trying to get things organized. Yeah. Stream setup stuff can be quite messy. I know that all too well. Not anything too exciting yet. It being the operative word here. Well, just working on getting things more organized is also a nice thing. That makes things more overlookable, more efficient, and you have an easier and more enjoyable time streaming, which is great. One of the problems with that kind of detail work is also it feels quite draining to work on it at some point. When you just do basically the same thing for hours and hours and hours, it gets kind of tedious. Or like spent so many hours in just doing this little detail work on all of these rock textures. It just kind of gets sick of it at some point. And therefore it will get harder and harder to motivate yourself to keep on working on that art piece. And so that's also why I want to do this on stream right now, because during the stream I do not have any other excuses. Cannot be distracted, I cannot do anything else in order to avoid working on this painting. I gotta keep on going, and so yeah. Just kind of forcing myself to get more progress done. Which sounds kind of bad, actually, when I think about it, because like I'm torturing myself to just do this painting or something like that. And you know, that's also part of making art. Like sometimes it gets a bit tedious, sometimes it is not that enjoyable. That's just the truth. But then if you power through and you get the less enjoyable things done, then you're still able to get results that look good, and then you can still be proud of yourself. And even though so far it has been very tedious, I do like how it looks. I do like it. There are also some other things I learned, like mixing up colors. Like for example, if you look at this wall here, and like the wall on the opposite side, and just look at the color variety, then you also notice a difference. Because I mixed in some orange, some red, and some kind of gray here and there into these colors, where over here it's just mainly like if you look at the color wheel, it's just mainly the same kind of brown, but just with different brightnesses. And so what I'm doing is just using those kind of colors at first to get the general shapes and the shading right and everything, and then I drop in some other colors in order to mix things up and make it more interesting looking. And that's also something that I need to get used to. Did I do any research for these rocks? Not really in particular. I mean, I have some reference pictures. We're also this whole painting, not just the rock texture, is based on. But actual research, not really. Someday I would like to, though. I do think I at least started a reference collection for rocks and stuff. Oh no, I didn't yet. And I watched some short tutorials about how to paint rocks. But that was also helpful, of course. Been looking into rocks a bit lately for a Minecraft build I want to make. Oh, okay. So, are you trying to make kind of like block textures or some for some mods or something like that? A mineral museum of sorts. I want to put a bit of lore to go with a sample of each mineral in game. Interesting. And it also sounds educational. Did I do something? That's a very interesting idea for sure. And so are you like planning on building a mineral museum in Minecraft, or is it just or is it like outside of Minecraft and kind of like having some kind of educational sheet or like pages where you have the blocks and the actual minerals compared to each other and like some information about them in Minecraft? Ah, okay. Ah, that's cool. Then with a bunch of signs that kind of explain a little bit about those minerals. I didn't mean building a museum in real life. That's I mean, that would be great if you had the possibility, but yeah. That is not what I meant. Well, yeah, if I do actual research about rocks, minerals, and trying to make a tutorial out of it, then I will also learn a bunch about the geological facts about those, how they're forming, where they come from, where they occur, and so on and so forth. That I think would be also very interesting, but also probably a lot to learn because there are a lot of different minerals, and it's that kind of thing again where do I stop researching, because that's probably a topic where I could just keep going and going and going and completely overblow everything. And so we'll see how I'm going to do this. Like even with clouds, I do notice that I need to stop myself somewhere. We've been talking about it, that there are actually even more cloud types and special cloud types than those that I collected for my reference collection. But I should just limit myself to the most common ones and just like the basic types with like cumulus and stratus clouds, and then among the special ones are only something like contrails, which also are very common. So easy to go on a wiki walk. Yeah, Wikipedia and YouTube videos and documentaries, and sometimes I look into books too, if I have access to them, and so on and so forth. It's just, yeah, there's a lot. But it's fascinating. It makes me even more excited for making the tutorial. Speaking of tutorials, You definitely noticed that I have been releasing a bunch of 1-minute tutorials, and that has been an ongoing experiment. And I've already released 4 of them and see some results, or rather the lack thereof. They're definitely not as popular as regular tutorials for sure. And I don't know, they are really not going anywhere. I'm probably gonna make a few more, maybe also some cloud related ones, and after I'm done with the the full cloud tutorial. And then we'll see. Then we will see. And I'm gonna have more data to tell whether or not it's worth it. But the good thing is those tutorials do not really take all that long. I do not have to do a lot of research, because most of the time it's just stuff that I already know how to paint or draw. And editing and everything is also not big of a deal, because again, it's just 1 minute. Let's see. For the next video that I want to release would be that pen nib maintenance, whatever you would call it, video. Just also to mix it up and not to have like a bunch of 1-minute tutorials in a row where people just kind of get bored of it. Also, I have to say that I need to do a better job at keeping track of how long I've been streaming. Because last time when I was drawing the emotes, I kind of lost track of time. And when I later looked up at how long was I actually streaming, it was like 6 hours or something, or like almost 6 hours. And yeah, it did not feel like 6 hours. It definitely felt like much less, which is a good sign on one hand, but also because I was just so focused on drawing the emotes, I kind of like did not pay attention to how my feet are doing or my back or anything. It was just, I wasn't really taking a break. That's also not good. Yeah, it surely is. It is very nice. But yeah, gotta look out for myself too. And not overdo it. And that was definitely not the first time that happened. For sure. There were streams even longer than that. But today it cannot really happen because I do have a time limit. I do have a deadline. At about 8, I'm gonna call it. Because also I don't want to miss too much of Plip's stream. Oh yeah, also one thing that I've learned last stream when I raided somebody, when you lose it, start to type a bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense and does not seem like you, then I know that it's not actually you. Seems like your account has been overtaken for a while. And now I know. Occasionally there will be an imposter among us. Yeah, if you start acting sus, then I know what's up. Kitty's just leaving us alone. It really seems like whenever I'm streaming, she's going outside more often, just wants to have her peace and quiet. It wasn't always like that though. So, Hoko. Right? Not that. Yes, yes. Hoko. Help me out. More attention. How about we already take a little break? Oh, that's perfect. She moved over here. Come here, kitty. Okay. I started to get used to closing the bedroom door again during the daytime. Because firstly, I want to keep the cooler air that from the morning still in the bedroom while this living room is heating up over the day. Just for me being here and the computer constantly running. But also to get Hoko more used to the door being closed. Yeah, kitty break. Because during the stream time I want the door to be closed so she doesn't hide in the tent in my bed all the time and is not present here for us to how to say it? Praise her, not praise her. Be blessed by her presence, let's say, yeah. Oh, Hoko, what are you doing over here now? Your purr. Your purry butt. Your purry butt. And she got used to it pretty quickly, actually. So now she doesn't really complain anymore when the door is closed. Before that, whenever I was streaming and I had the door closed, she was sitting in front of the door and, you know, meowing. Oh, cool. What you doing? What are you doing, huh? You silly butt. I also have to say, it's really getting hot here. And the next couple of days it's only getting hotter. And the weather forecast has changed a bit, so it will reach its peak on Sunday. And originally it was like there's gonna be thunderstorms and the temperatures are gonna drop really fast. But now it has changed and the temperatures are only gonna slowly drop. Very slowly. And it's just, the peak on Sunday is supposed to be maximum temperatures of 35 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it's gonna be something. The main thing that I'm worried about are the nights when I'm trying to sleep. Because already today I had troubles sleeping because of the heat. I really should start already with using the cooling pad that I have. And another thing that I also often do is right before I go to bed, I just put my feet into the bathtub and hold them under the running cold water, and then splash some like on my arms and my face or something like that, just to cool myself and my body in general down a bit, so I have an easier time falling asleep. But during the night you're still heating up slowly but surely, and then you wake up completely sweaty and I've been praying for a thunderstorm, but they all seem to miss Scotland. Oh. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. During the daytime, I don't really mind the heat all too much. What is it right now? Right now it has 25.4 degrees in here, which is okay. Like for indoor temperatures, as long as it's still underneath, I would say 30 degrees, or like maybe a bit less than that, then I can still deal with it during the daytime. Maybe sometimes I have to, you know, splash some cold water into my face or onto my body and just cool myself down, but other than that, it's alright. But if it gets hotter than that, then it gets to the point where I regularly have to take cold showers just to cool myself down. And I'm saying that I am a fan of summertime, but the extreme temperatures are also not great. I fully admit. It's much harder to cool down that it is to warm up. Yeah. There are also way more options, I feel like. When you try to warm yourself up, do you have the option to, well, put on the heat, of course, and you know, burn more energy, burn more electricity, gas, or whatever you have in order to heat up your apartment or home. It's the most straightforward thing and also one of the most expensive ways. Then you can always wear more clothes. and have even blankets, more blankets, and so on and so forth, and just try to isolate your body heat as well as possible. Or you try to do some workout, do some exercises, do some movement in order to heat your body up. That also works pretty well. Or drink some hot beverages or some hot meals. It's also pretty helpful. And there are probably some other methods that I'm forgetting about. There are a lot of things you can do to heat yourself up. Cooling yourself down is a bit more difficult. Drinking cold beverages is not an option actually, because you're cooling the insides of your body down. So in response to that, your body is going to burn more calories, and in the end it's just trying to heat your insides more up, and therefore it will heat up your whole body. So it can actually have, in the long run, an opposite effect. It can momentarily give you a cooling sensation, but it's not very efficient. It's not good for trying to cool down your body. Air conditioning just isn't a common thing up here, so that's not an option. Yeah, that's also the thing. So there's air conditioning, but depending on where you live, it's more or less common. Very hot climates, in those kind of areas, it is more common. Also in areas where the general wealth is a bit higher. So I'm saying hot climates, but there are differences between, I don't know, Japan and maybe some kind of Middle American countries. Like, I don't know, Cuba or something like that. I'm only assuming right now, but I think way less people on average have air conditioning in Cuba than in Japan. And we're here in Austria, we also don't really have air conditioning. It's not really a thing here either, because our temperatures are still bearable. That's the thing. We also don't really have a very humid climate, so that at least doesn't make things even worse. We are in the middle of the continent and have the Alps and stuff like that, so yeah. It gets hot, but it's mostly a dry kind of hot. And yeah, what else can you do to cool yourself down? I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, what I'm doing is just cold water on your body. Maybe some splashes, or you actually take a cold shower and you cool yourself down like that. And not just the stream of cold water is cooling you down, but also just having the water on your skin, which then evaporates, and therefore the evaporation takes heat from your skin and therefore from your body. So basically how sweating works like, but you're just intensifying the sweating. Well, that's not a good description, but you know what I mean. It's intensifying the water evaporation process going on your skin. And yeah, what else is left? Well, I personally have the option of using a cooling pad, but it's also very limited. It's more useful for targeted areas on your body and not for cooling your whole body down. So I'm using it to cool down my feet during the night when I'm trying to sleep. It's useful for that kind of purpose. But if I'm freaking hot and I'm sweating like crazy, a cooling pad will also not do a whole lot. And yeah, what else is there? Then, yeah, ventilation. I guess that's also a thing. But some people don't take it all too well with their system making them a bit dizzy and stuff like that. When you have too much wind going on, too much wind blowing on you from the fans. And yeah, that's all the options that I can think of right now. I mean, there are also cooling systems for homes, which are a bit more sophisticated than having just an air conditioner. For example, you could for example use a geothermal energy. This is something that I'm also very interested in, and maybe someday, if I might build my own house, depending on how much I'm going to earn in the future, but maybe. But one of the things that I would like to have in that house would be a geothermal system that helps not only to heat up my home, the house during the winter times, but also cool it down during the summer times. Because the thing is, the temperatures deep down in the earth are pretty much constant, regardless of the seasons, because most of the heat is actually coming from inside the earth and doesn't really have that much to do with the surface temperatures. And so you can utilize that constant temperature and pump water through pipes really down the earth and just winding a bunch and then coming up into your home again. And then you can like pressurize it in order to heat it up, or you just run it through the home and it just has a constant, I don't know what the temperatures were, like 15 degrees or something, maybe even less than that. And you just let it run through the pipes through your house and it just naturally cools it down. And those kind of systems I really would love to have, but it is not very common. And yeah. Although it should be more common in my opinion, because after a couple of years it also pays off. You're saving also so much money through heating and air conditioning. Just having that system, and it's really good. Don't know why it's not more common. I don't know. But there's also the thing of like it's not really suited for every place, for every construction site. It really depends. Yeah, it is very interesting. Is it viable in Austria? I think so. I haven't done that much research into it yet, though, because I'm so far away from being able to build my own house. So, yeah, so far away. But yeah, it would be neat. If it's not viable, then there are other options, of course, too. And one of the things that I would like to have for my own house would be I would have my whole roof full with photovoltaic cells, with solar cells, which is probably not very surprising. Because in the UK, the UK is quite geologically dormant, so geothermal is rare here. Yeah, I don't know. Where is that? Oh. Let me get back to this screen because the break has been long enough at this point. There we go. Suzu Bear, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? How is it going? Oh, still the wrong kitty cam. There we go. Do have to say I don't know that much about geothermal energy, and there is definitely a difference between geothermal energy in order to make electricity and geothermal for just heating and cooling one's home. Like geothermal for electricity really depends on the geological environment, and is only viable for a couple of places. Kitty. But yeah, I also would love to have, as I said, a bunch of solar cells on my roof. And normally, if you have like your whole roof full with solar cells, you're probably generating more energy than you actually need. So I would also even sell some energy, make a few extra bucks, and after a certain amount of time it actually pays off when you make more money than you invested into it, so that's also pretty neat. I looked into that a bit more closely and did that like 1 or 2 years ago when I looked into that, and those prices were back then, and the prices probably have dropped even more at this point. And yeah, like for home building, house building, I don't know why solar cells are not just freaking everywhere at this point. I don't understand. And of course I also would make sure that I have good insulation and everything. While also, you know, being environmentally friendly kind of insulation, so I'm not gonna have walls of styrofoam or something like that. God, I really hate that insulation material, styrofoam, whatever it's called in English. Let me rant about that a little bit. So, a while ago there were some renovation work going on the house on the opposite side of me. And that has been going on for so long, and I'm so glad that it's finally done. But one thing that it did was also to add some insulation to the walls. which is good. You save a bunch of energy and therefore a bunch of money, and more environmentally friendly and so on and so forth. But the material they chose was of course styrofoam. So these like blocks, these rectangular blocks that it just stuffed into the walls and then, you know, painted over it, and there we go. And they had to of course cut it into shapes in order to fit it into the walls. And there were these little pieces, these little bits that flew everywhere because of that sawing. And oh my god, it just was so freaking everywhere. You opened the window and there was like styrofoam bits blowing into your home. And you went outside, and my windows are like orientated into a courtyard. And outside on the streets, where there are actually no connection between the walls that got that styrofoam stuff and the streets outside, there was also styrofoam bits everywhere outside, blowing in the wind. And such a freaking mess. And of course it's not really environmentally friendly, it's styrofoam, it's just... And I did some research about insulation materials a while back. And I do understand that styrofoam is one of the cheapest and therefore people choose it. But there are also other alternatives which are also cheap and not so freaking shitty. And I don't know why. Like, for example, glass fiber is so much better than freaking styrofoam. Sure, it's more difficult to install because you have these kind of pumps that pump the glass fibers into the walls, and you have to have your proper protection, because if you breathe that stuff in, it's gonna suck a lot. It has to be properly sealed off and everything. Whereas with styrofoam, just cut, stuff, there we go. So I get that. And there are some other alternatives too, but So thank you for listening to my rant. I do understand this is not very interesting, but as I said last time during the stream, streaming time is also good opportunities for me to rant about stuff. And clap, clap. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Oh, the kitty's gone again. Outside. Well. Oh well. Since there is some Pokemon music going on right now, there are a couple of new ones coming out. Well, there are the remakes. What were called again? I don't even remember anymore. But there were some kind of remakes coming up. And also a thing called Pokemon Legends. And I'm very intrigued about that. That seems interesting. I don't have much experience with that generation of Pokemon, Arceus and stuff. It's like I completely missed that generation back then. But yeah, a Pokemon game that is much more story based would be pretty neat. Just in general, just Pokemon games that move away from the general, from the normal, from the normal gameplay that the main Pokemon games have. I'm fairly interested in. And I don't remember if I actually talked about that already. But yeah, I really like those kind of games because Pokemon already has so many different monsters and so much stuff going on, and it's such an extensive universe at this point. And therefore there are so many possibilities what you can do with that, and you can create very interesting stories and worlds with those tools that you already have at your disposal. I do not care about getting more Pokemon at this point and more main series games and so on and so forth. It's just the same thing over and over again. Pokemon Sword and Shield was not really interesting to me, even though I played it. I gave it a try, but yeah. But those kind of spin-offs like Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and now Pokemon Legends, and I think, is that the Pokemon Legends game the first one? Like it hasn't been any other Pokemon Legends game? I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I would say it's about time for another break. A short one. This time I'm gonna go on the BRB screen this time. Not only to look for Hopko, but also to kind of show off the new screen. So we'll be right back. And I'm back. And see Hoko is back too. What happened with my cable? Here. I took a bit longer because I also took out my bread from the freezer. And make myself some sandwiches later. Hey there, Lucid. You're also here. Still. And Hoko is so relaxed. You cannot see it from here, but this pillow that where she has her face on is just slobbered. Oh. He's so relaxed. She's also purring like crazy right now. Too sleepy. Alright, so I'm mostly done with the basic texture of this rock wall over here. I've also learned this in order to kind of flatten certain platforms and to make them appear flat. You just put some plants on there, some trees or whatever it is, some bushes that grows on it, and it immediately will look flat. Like have these steps here and there, and at the top it is fairly flat, and so you have a lot of vegetation up here. Whereas surfaces that are more steep are just gonna be rocky. And now we're gonna take some of these extra colors from that I already used over here and just put them wherever I feel like some spots look a bit too monotone, too boring, and could use some more color. It's here and there. Do not really care too much about the shape of anything, just want to put down some colors, that's all. Now I don't really know how other artists do it. You see sometimes art pieces that are so colorful with the wildest colors that you would never think of using in those kind of situations. And like every single stroke seems to have a different color, and it's just how are they doing it? Are they constantly switching colors, or is there actually a method behind it? I don't really know. I'm trying to find my own way of making some stuff more colorful, and it's just okay. I'm still gonna focus mostly on the shapes and make everything look neat and try to establish the proper shading and everything, and then I add more colors to it. Is that the way they do it? Probably not, but I cannot from the get-go already keep on switching the colors all the time, because I have to mostly worry about the shape and the three-dimensionality of it and trying to establish that, and I cannot really worry about switching colors and color composition. It's gonna just be messy all over the place. It's just not. I don't think that would be a method that would be good for me personally. No. My approach to painting is definitely a more structured approach, where I have certain steps that I follow, and I just cannot go completely crazy and wild with colors and just let the process flow. I'm trying to learn all sorts of different ways to make art and gain more experience in different methods. But there are definitely gonna be some methods that I'm just not good at. It's just simply because of how my brain works. And that is totally okay too, of course. It's just that you look at art and, you know, you feel like, I really want to be able to do something like that. And you see all of these colors that are just seem so wild, but it just also work. They just work. They work with each other. It's you cannot really explain how and why, because it's beyond the rules of color theory. And I use color theory as a guide for what kind of colors to use, but they seem to break those rules and it works for them. And it's just, okay, how? Please, tell me how. It probably just boils down to experience and I don't know. So many things to learn in so little time. Aqua's gone again. Let's drink some water. Okay. Can it come back?
There we go. Good, kitty. Stretchy, stretch. Keep doing. Oh no, leave the box in there. Okay. I'm up there, yes. There we can rub your face again. Where are you looking? Ow.
Okay, and now I'm gonna try to render the plants a bit more. For those that don't really spend all that much time. I don't know, it's just some hangy downs. Kind of like as Bob Ross would call them. Hangy down plants. Happy little vines. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It's just like plants that are just... they're hanging down. Like some of my favorite trees are willow trees, for example. Just really like how they look like. Where you have some vines or ivy growing on walls. That's always nice looking. What am I doing? Is doing the shading the completely wrong way. Yeah. Cool. Going outside again. See the door. Gone. Oh well. I don't remember where I had that conversation, in whose stream, but somewhere we were talking about green, just the color green, and how it's kind of hard to work with, and that when you paint, you often just want to avoid using straight up green. Like if you look at the color wheel, for example, the green that I'm using right now is not actually right in the middle of green, but is more of a yellowish green. If I would be more around here in this like actual green area, it would be kind of jarring. It would pop out way too much on that rock wall. I feel like, at least. And so if you look closely, there's actually a lot of yellow in those plant colors. I don't know, it just looks nicer, and it's closer, color-wise, it's also closer to the color of the wall. So it works better with each other. Whereas those forests at the back, they're gonna kind of have a gradient. So probably there will be about the same color as those plants on the wall. So kind of yellowish. And then there will be a transition where we're gonna rotate on the color wheel, and as further back we go, the more bluish the green will appear. But yeah, green doesn't seem to be a very popular color altogether. Not only do a lot of people hate eating green stuff like broccoli and spinach and stuff like that, I don't know, they also don't really like it for painting. Like the last poll that I had on YouTube, that we also talked about here, green was basically the least favorite color to paint with. Green and yellow, that was the group. And I can understand why, in a way. I also don't really use it all that much. Yeah. Other than for no plants, where else are you gonna really use all that much green? For eye colors, it can look nice. Sheltering. Ah. Interestingly, that emote doesn't show up on the restream chat. Yeah, you can also see that on the stream, but in the YouTube chat it does. Cute little emote though. Sure, I can pop by on the YouTube side. I don't think about it. I almost never watch streams on YouTube. So even though I also stream on YouTube at the same time, I don't really know all too well how it is for viewers. Oh, yeah. Definitely prefer Twitch. Yeah, me too. And not just only because of the streamers that are on Twitch, but just the general stream watching experience is better on Twitch. Which makes sense because Twitch is primarily for watching streams, whereas YouTube is primarily for watching videos. Trying to think what kind of features are actually better on YouTube as for watching streams. Well, there is one thing is that you can delete your own comments on YouTube. And I think that it's kind of neat when you just, I don't know, your cat ran over your keyboard and pressed enter, and you might want to get rid of it so it doesn't seem like you're just spamming. Or you mistyped something, or I don't know. Like there are times when I write something in chat on Twitch, where I really wish I had the possibility of deleting my comment again. As a viewer at least, I'm not so sure how streaming on YouTube is like, although there seems to be a lot of less tools. Yeah, streaming on YouTube is, first of all, in my opinion, kind of less accessible. It's more convoluted because it seems right now that you have to make events, which is just basically scheduled streams. And you could just straight up stream, but then you don't have anything prepared for it. It's just, I don't know. If you want to prepare the title and the description, everything, you have to make an event. And yeah, I don't know. Describing it is a bit difficult right now because if I cannot really show it, then it's not that easy to make it comprehensible. But yeah, I definitely prefer Twitch too. But as I said before, I still also stream on YouTube at the same time, just simply because of accessibility reasons. And then if I would have to choose between Twitch and YouTube, like for example Restream just all of a sudden stops their services, then yeah, I would definitely go for Twitch, for sure. There are just so many more neater tools on Twitch. Even if you're not an affiliate or a partner, it's still so much better. And there is an actual community, or like communities, going on Twitch, whereas just YouTube, like, Are there actual streamer communities? Like streamers that kind of collaborate and do stuff together and kind of raid each other maybe, or something like that, and hang out in each other's chats and stuff like that. Like, is that going on? I don't really know, because I don't use YouTube for watching streams, like barely use it. But I don't feel like that is the case. And you can't raid or host people on YouTube, I think. Yeah, there is no option for that. I mean, you can still do it in the old way, where it just post the link to some other streamer into the chat that just say, hey, click the link and go over there, and say raid. It also works, basically. And I don't know if Twitch was like that all the way back then. Like, for how long did Twitch have a raiding and hosting option? I don't even know. I haven't been using Twitch for that long. But still, having an extra tool for raiding people or hosting people is definitely nice. Because, you know, not everybody who is in your chat is actually currently there. They might be BRB or something like that, and they're gonna miss the raid if they don't see the links in chats in time. Whereas if you just click the raid button, they're gonna be sent over no matter what. Have I heard of the new platform Trovo? No. No. Is that a new streaming platform that's trying to become maybe a good alternative? I'd have to say it's kind of a bummer that other streaming platforms like Mixer or something like that are not really able to compete, because more competition is always good for innovation, for the consumer and stuff. Its selling point is that streamers get paid per viewer and follower. Okay. I'm gonna assume that there is like a threshold that at first you have to meet, and then probably not gonna get paid that much per viewer and follower. Like, I would be very surprised. But it's an interesting concept for sure. Could snaffle up some streamers to be quite quickly. Yeah, it's definitely good for those people who, like, yeah, you would need to come up with something new in order to compete with YouTube and Twitch, for sure. And that is something different. Is it going to be, are they going to be successful with it? I don't know. Am I going to stream over there? Maybe? The thing is with Restream is that I can stream to more than just 2 platforms, so I could technically, if they're gonna add that option, also stream over on Trovo. Let me actually look it up if that option is still, not still, but is there. What options do we have? Trovo. Yeah, it's actually there. And all sorts of other stuff like Facebook and LinkedIn, Mixcloud, Dailymotion, Kuya, Afrika TV. Also, never heard of them. A lot of this stuff. Douyu, probably some Chinese one. Steam? Okay. Tele2. Good game. Yeah, this. Except for the first row and a very few ones here and there, I have never heard of any of the other ones. And there are, one row is 5 things, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. Like I don't know I only know a sixth of all of those. You can stream to LinkedIn? Apparently! It is owned by Tencent though, so it's in powerful hands. Tencent. What were those again? Was it some kind of internet provider or what was it? I don't quite remember. It's a Chinese multinational technology conglomerate. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's where I heard it from. Own stakes in like half of the media industry. I already don't really like Amazon. No, I'm gonna say I don't like Amazon. Let me phrase it like that. That's one of the big things that kind of bothers me streaming on Twitch, I do have to say. And Google is also yeah, I'm not assuming that every streamer likes Amazon. That's definitely not a thing. For me personally, it goes to a point where I'm not sure if I even want to be affiliate, because I don't care about bits and getting subs, because Twitch, therefore Amazon, takes a huge part of it. And yeah, I mean subs maybe, because there are emotes and other stuff that you also get for it, so it's alright. But bits I do not care about. If you wanna support a streamer, do it via donations, in my opinion, because then except for a small fee from PayPal or whatever other paying service you use, all the money goes to the streamer. Whereas, what are the prices right now for bits? Like how many percent do you pay on top of it? 30%, 40%? I don't know. But yeah. And the same goes for YouTube. There's also what are they calling it? Super chat, which is weird. Super chat. So you can do super chats, and that's like basically their version of bits, where you can, I think, also can attach messages to it. I don't know. And of course, YouTube also takes a large part from that. I mainly became affiliate for the tools it provides. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Like the tools are definitely neat. So yeah, becoming affiliate is fine. Yeah, so like that would be also neat for me. I would like to be an affiliate. The main thing that I really don't care about are bits, and subs are meh. Other than, you know, emotes and having fun with those. Channel points and emotes are fun. Yeah, exactly. Channel points especially, like nobody's really profiting from it. It's just for fun, and that's neat. And the alternative to channel points is kind of tedious because you would have to work with chat commands and program everything yourself, and those were the times before channel points. Channel points haven't really been around for all that long, no. But it kind of feels like they have been. It feels like such an integral part of Twitch at this point. Definitely a good idea that they came up with, for sure. But yeah, Trovo, I'm not so sure. Most likely that's gonna be a no for me. I don't know. The company Tencent, it seems very fishy to me. Like even more so than Amazon and Google. But I would have to do more research about them, of course. Tencent is sus. Yeah. It appears like though. Not sure about Trovo either, yeah. I don't know, like maybe it's a more viable platform for non-English speaking streamers, like Chinese streamers or others. I don't know. I do not know how large the streaming community is in those kind of languages, in those kind of countries. It definitely is very strongly centered around English-speaking streamers. Like that's the vast majority for sure. And on the front page of Twitch, I don't really know much about what's going on there, but I'm gonna assume that it's mostly just, or like exclusively just English speaking streamers. Are there like different front pages for different languages? Is that a thing? I don't even know that. My Twitch is in English, like everything else is on my PC, so if that would be the case, I wouldn't notice it. Tencent does have ties with the Chinese government, which makes me a bit skeptical of them. Yeah, I assumed so. I assumed so, as like such a huge company that they probably have some very strong interwoven ties with the Chinese government, and I'm gonna just straight up say I do not approve of the Chinese government. and a lot of things that they're doing. Might be a very controversial thing to say for some people, but I mean, yeah. I think it would show you different languages based on your browser language. Maybe I should take a look at that just because I'm curious. I'm not really interested in German-speaking streamers, I do have to say. Like I checked out some at some points, but I don't know. I'm just so used to English at this point. And also, those are like completely different communities that have no connections with those communities that I already follow. So it's like getting into a completely new place. And I don't know, I already follow a lot of streamers, and their communities are very tight together. Like I have like this retro community and the crafting community that I follow, and then a TRG community, which the Runaway Guys, which also has a lot of people in there, and that's and speedrunner communities too. That's where I mostly go around, and all of that is English speaking. And it has been like that for several years at this point. I've learned a lot about Tiananmen Square lately, and with the fact that the Chinese Communist Party still censors information about it, put them firmly in my bad books. Yeah. That's one of several things that does not make me approve of the Chinese government and the Communist Party. Regardless of everything, there is so many lovely communities on Twitch, which is ultimately why I'm here. Yeah, exactly. Think of Amazon what you will, but Twitch has brought forth some really nice communities, very positive communities that also did a lot of very positive change, and if it's just by spreading good vibes, that's and being supportive and making you feel better and just being entertained in a very healthy way, you know, I mean, that's good. And there are also so many charity events going on Twitch and all that stuff, and they're doing so much. Way more in terms of effort than Amazon does. But well, Amazon is not stopping them. Even though they themselves do not profit from those charity events. At least they let them be. And at least they let also people have their own kind of donation system going on, and they don't just force people to use their their bits and whatnot. Like, no, I have a donation link in my description, and they let me have it. I mean, it's also probably because how would you control that? Like, how would Twitch enforce a ban on donation links? That would be very difficult, I imagine. But we also should not forget that Twitch did not originate from Amazon. Amazon bought Twitch a couple of years ago. But that's not where it came from. And I do not know if the employees back then are still working on Twitch, or if Amazon kind of like broadly replaced those people. As far as I remember, I did start watching Twitch streams before they were bought by Amazon. Pretty sure of that. And the vibe back then was not all that different from how it is now, I feel like. There are cases where bigger companies buy smaller websites and stuff like that, and everything just completely changed, and the whole vibe, and it's just... everything is just... gets that uniform look like every other website does, you know, like all the Google pages and whatnot. Everything is just simplified and just optimized for profit and whatnot and so forth, and often it just completely ruins the original experience you had with that website. One example would be DeviantArt. DeviantArt was recently, with recently I mean like 2 years ago or even more than that, bought by another company that hosts a bunch of websites. And ever since then, slowly but surely, the website has changed dramatically. Does it look slicker now and more polished? Yeah, sure. But the overall feeling of the website and the community part of it and everything has like almost completely gone. DeviantArt had stuff like forums and groups and stuff like that, and nowadays there's barely anything going on over there. People commenting on your page and just chatting about stuff and stuff like that. Nah, there's not basically nothing going on. It's just became a website just purely for consuming art, and that's it. And sure, then some of the new algorithms actually helped me getting more exposure, so more people see my art, but way less people actually interact with my art, write me comments or something like that. They just see it, click maybe on the little star to favorite it, and then done. That's it. It's a shame, yeah. When companies get bought out, it seems to only go two ways ultimately. Yeah, either they still let the original team do what they want to do, and now all of a sudden you have way more money available, or they just completely change everything. And often just ruin it for all the original users. Yeah. But it feels like that did not really happen with Twitch. It feels like it. I don't know the details. I have no idea what's going on there. I haven't also done any research about it. So who knows? I have no idea. But it seems like they're doing a good job. Yeah, I appreciate it. Of course, I'm not saying that Twitch does everything right. There are certainly some things that you can criticize about Twitch, and yeah. But it could be so much worse, for sure. Mixer was owned by Microsoft back then, right? I think that was the case. Yeah, it seems like any sort of streaming service would come from some kind of large company at this point. Like a small group right where we are right now, it doesn't really have the funds to compete with Amazon and Google, and even Microsoft failed, so now there's Tencent, and who knows how things are gonna go for them. Yeah. It's a bit of a bummer because small developers basically have no chance whatsoever. Yeah. I should take one more very short break. Last one for the end of the stream. Poco again is not here, so there's not really much of a point to trying to bring her back. It really seems like she doesn't like hanging out here in the living room while I'm streaming. It just turned out that way. Huge bummer for us, but well, she's free to do whatever she wants, of course. Question is, what kind of screen do I switch to? There's this kitty breaks screen, but there's no kitty, so what am I gonna do? Face cam? I guess. I have. I do. Okay. Well, it's gonna be kitty break without kitty. Whatever. So yeah, as I said at the beginning of this stream, I'm not finishing this painting. Yeah, it's just so freaking slow. We're getting done with that side of the wall, however, so that's nice. Then I'm gonna still need to work a bit on the opposite wall, make some adjustments here and there, probably on the plants, because they look too smudgy altogether. And then I can work more on the waterfalls, and then on the forests, and so on and so forth. So there is still a lot more time flowing into this project, for sure. Oh, they're mirrored, yeah. I do have this camera here mirrored, because then it's actually works more like a mirror for me. So when I look at it and try to point at stuff, then I can kind of understand how I'm moving. Whereas here with this webcam, it's like inverted of a mirror for me. So like that, like technically this is the real inverted camera. But yeah, for me at least. But it isn't really for the viewer. I don't know. It's confusing. But it's not that big of a deal, man. I'm gonna move this here so I can actually recheck properly. Confusing perspective. I hope it's not too confusing. Well, this project is certainly interesting, and it's also one, basically the first time in a long time that I am painting a waterfall. And waterfalls are definitely also something that I want to make a tutorial of. Because, as you might know, I am having an ongoing water series going on. And waterfalls would be a nice addition to that, for sure. So yeah, so also making speed paints or those kind of paintings that are not speedy at all are good ways for me to get some practice in for waterfalls too, before I even start the actual research about them. Which is still gonna be quite a while until then, because first of all I need to finish all the cloud stuff, and that's still gonna take a while. I haven't really been moving on from cumulus clouds at this point yet, so yeah. And once I'm done with clouds, I do have some idea of what the next topics are going to be. Because with clouds, I can also start a weather series. So, drawing tutorials that are related to weather stuff. So clouds will be in there. And then I could have stuff like thunderstorms and rain and stuff like that. So that would be pretty neat. Interest in that? Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, it seems like that would be good, very interesting, and also already having learned clouds will be very useful and will speed up those tutorial topics significantly. First of all, those topics are not as extensive as something like clouds. Thunderstorms, for example, are like a subcategory of clouds, technically. Well, you're also gonna have some different elements in there, like lightning, which I will also have to learn how to paint properly. But lightning shouldn't be that complicated. I really feel like it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And rain is a bit more difficult because it really depends on the perspective and stuff like shutter speed that you're trying to imitate, or like rain that you yourself don't really see but is reflected on the environment, like ripples in water puddles or the drops on windows and stuff like that. And that's stuff that I'm probably also gonna address, where it can make a scene look rainy without actually drawing rain. Being a huge water nerd and all. Yeah. And that would be pretty neat. Yeah, and also something like just simply sky colors, I feel would be a good topic, and not too complicated to research and prepare. So yeah, right now clouds are taking a long time, but after that I have a couple of tutorial ideas that would be somewhat quick to make. And with quick I mean like one tutorial per month maybe, which is quick for me. We'll see. And rain in particular would be neat because it would be an addition for both clouds and rain would be both good additions for the weather series and the water series. So I could have additions for both of these playlists, which would be neat. I'm definitely trying to expand playlists and going and following that strategy, because from what I've seen, the more videos I have in a series, in a playlist, the more it helps the videos perform better. Like they have like an influence onto each other. those individual videos in that playlist. I've seen it with the cat tutorials, for example, and the big cat, the wild cat tutorials too, where the tiger and lion tutorials at first there wasn't anything going on, and once I released snow leopards and cheetahs, which were performing better by themselves, they also increased the performance of tigers and lions. At least it appears so. So yeah, I'm trying to do more in that direction right now with water and weather. And it's gonna be a long time until I'm done with those topics. Weather water especially still has so much left. So much left. As I said, I want to do waterfalls, and then there are gonna be rivers and lakes and oceans, outdoor oceans, and like just in general water surfaces, underwater scenes, waves, water splashes. There's so much. There's so much you can do there. It's gonna be interesting and challenging. Water is something that I'm not very strong with. Water surfaces and stuff like that. So yeah. Alright, let's get back to it. Want it to be a short break after all. So yeah, it would be nice if I could finish the cloud tutorial this summer. I hope I will be able to, but we'll see. We're gonna get some pizza. Well, get that pizza. Hell yeah. I was looking forward to food. I'm quite hungry right now. As I said before, I took out some bread and make myself some sandwiches later, which will be right after I'm done with the stream. With the headphones on, I never can tell if there's some kind of rumbling noise, if it's Hoko or the neighbors, or I don't know. Again, must be the neighbors. Well, we are approaching the end of the stream. And so, pretty much once I notice Blip going online, I'm gonna call it for today. We did some decent progress at least. I mean, there's still so much to be done. But oh well. That's how it looks like so far. It's getting more lively, I would say. There are more and more plans growing around. And so, yeah, looks kind of neat. I still need to work on some vegetation over here on this wall. Maybe I want to add a bit more. And of course there will be the detail work that needs to be done. Oh, thank you, Lucid. And you got your pizza. What kind of pizza? Please share, or we need more information. There's more to look at. Yeah, for sure. There's more. And it will get even more and more. Num num. Again, I do like how it's turning out. It's just, it takes so freaking long. That's my only complaint. Sloppy Giuseppe, it's called? Okay, I have no idea. Will Google inform me? Let's see. Spicy beef, peppers, and red onion. Uh-huh. And there are actually results. I see. Sloppy Giuseppe. Well, enjoy. The spicy part would be not anything for me because I do not like spicy stuff. But other than that, it sounds good. And looks good. If the pictures on the internet, on Google, are at least kind of how it looks like in real life. Actually not that spicy. That's what a lot of people say when they're used to spicy food, and then I tried and I regret it. At least this one isn't. Do you prefer it more spicy or more mild? what are your preferences? Trust me, I'm not into spicy either. This isn't spicy. Okay. Well, then it's good. So it's some kind of ready pizza that you just made in the oven. It's not something that you ordered, because at least the pictures that I got from the internet is just like all of these pre-made pizzas, like Pizza Express and whatnot. The vibe forecast is turning to major spooks. I think that hurts the arrival of Plip. I do not see her pop up over here yet. Now I do. Okay, wonderful. Alright. Well, then let me thank you a lot for dropping by over here. It was lovely. Yes, I do have a reading. Okay, it just took a while. You can use that message if you want to, or just spam whatever you want. It's completely up to you. Where do I have my stuff? Let's already start the raid. Phasmophobia. Hell yeah. Start the stream over here too. But muted. Hasn't started yet, so that's good. Yeah, that's perfect, Lucid. Go ahead and spam that. Alright, again, thank you so much for dropping by. And if anybody else is watching still, then you can get updates of my streams on Discord and Twitter. Those are the best places. Where am I right now? Over here. So, socials, Discord, Lucid already took care of that. Thank you very much. And yeah, join the Discord server. Lovely community, lovely people. Always like to see more people join. And that's it pretty much from me. Next stream is gonna be whenever. I don't have a schedule. And with that... Ah, Kitty! Oh, perfect timing. Yeah. There we go. We gotta say goodbye. Wonderful. Alright, so...
Thing.